Swimming Canada would like to thank our partners. Natation Canada tient à remercier ses partenaires. The Government of Canada. Le gouvernement du Canada. Speedo, your trusted swim partner from your first splash through every stroke. Speedo, votre partenaire de natation de confiance, de votre premier saut dans l'eau à chaque traction. All Tides, proud to support Canadian swimming. All Tides, fier de soutenir la natation canadienne. Marriott Bonvoy, 30 hotel brands, endless experiences, official hotel sponsor of Swimming Canada. Marriott Bonvoy, 30 marques d'hôtels, d'innombrables expériences, commanditaire officiel de Natation Canada.
That really puts it over the top. Sure does.
Thank you for being out there this morning. And a great big shout out to Vanessa Walker, who is $100 deep in Sonic's alternative income. We could be calling out your name at noon today. That's when we announce the next one on alternative income. But you can sign up at Sonic129.com. Taylor Smith is next with 2 hours of Super Sonic. Have a great day, everybody.
And welcome everybody. This is day one preliminaries here at the 2022 Speedo Western Canadian Championships. Our first event up today is event number 1. This is a women's 13 and over 200 meter freestyle. We have 7 heats in this event. This is heat number 1 of 7. Mr. Referee. Swimming in heat number 1 from the LA Swim Club, Kaylin Lothian in lane number 3. Lane number 4 from Kisu, Marley Windsor. And in lane number 5 from the Pacific Seawolves, Vanessa Rodriguez. Marley Windsor in lane number 4 through the first 100 meters, 1:05.24. Entered in this event in a short course qualifying time of 2:14.29. meters left to go on our first heat. It's going to be Marley Windsor in lane number 4 from Kisu. Running our first race this morning, 2:16.06. Shane Tegavy from the High Action Club, lane number 1. Hannah Rutten from Kisu. Lane number 2 is Kaylin Firth, Pacific Sea Wolves. Lane 3, Kia Craig, Island Swimming. Lane 4, Molly Fleming, Killarney. Lane 5, Bronwyn Wheeler from the Spartan Swim Club. Lane 6, Dakota Dodslav from Parkland Pirates. Lane 7 is Chloe Hagee from Regina Optimus Dolphins. And lane number 8, Julia Norman from University of Calgary Swim Club. .4:35, the split time for Molly Fleming. Fleming in lane at number 4, swimming for the Killarney Swim Club. Tenth of a second separating our top 3 swimmers here with 50 meters to go. All 3 entered in short course qualifying times for this event. And at the finish is going to be 2:13.19, Molly Fleming from Killarney, winning our second heat. Going heat number 3, swimming in lane 0 from Simon Fraser. Michaela Aylis. In lane number 1 from Island Swimming, Summer Wenger. In lane 2 from the Hayak Swim Club, Michelle Shen. Lane 3 from Manta, Jamie Puhalski. Lane number 4 from the University of Calgary Swim Club, Sydney Stewart. Lane 5 from the Manitoba Marlins, Lyra Hodges. Lane 6 from Vancouver Pacific, Elaine Chen. Lane 7 from Langley Abbotsford Olympians, Madison Jack. Lane number 8 from the University of Calgary Swim Club, Cameron Leslie. And lane number 9 from Kamloops Classic, Sela Wist. Jack out 4/10 of a second ahead of the rest of the field, 103.60. The first 100 meters. All of our swimmers in this third heat qualifying short course for the 200-meter freestyle as they come to our last wall. Cameron Leslie doing a great job in lane number 8 for the University of Calgary Swim Club is pulled into the lead. 5 meters left to go for Leslie in lane number 8 from the University of Calgary Swim Club, winning our third heat, 2:17.15. Looks like we have a small technical problem with the board. Be underway momentarily. Now swimming in lane 0 from the Cascades Swim Club, Sophie Idle. In lane number 1 from Edmonton Piano, Shane Bowie. Lane 2 from the Surrey Knights, Yolanda Zhang. Lane 3 from the Nanaimo Riptides, Chang Wang. Lane 4 from the Surrey Knights, Natalie Wong-Serperdo. Lane 5 from Canadian Dolphins, Ridley Jenkins. Lane 6 from Triton Swim Club, Sophia Dill. Lane 7 from Langley Abbotsford Olympians, Kate Schroeder. Lane 8 from Vernon Kokanee, Angel Loseth. Lane number 9 from the Hayak Swim Club, Allison Shen. Top seed in lane number 4, Wong Serperdo, 12:70 is our entry time. Looks like lane at number 8, out with the lead, though, Angel Loseth from Burton Kokanee. Loseth turning for the first 100 meters. Out in front, just under 103. .36.1 is the split time for Loseth, still out in front by more than a full second in lane number 8. Coming in with a short course qualifying time of 2:05. Should be pretty close to cracking that 2:10 mark as we come to the finish. Loseth in lane at number 8, putting up the fastest time so far this morning, 2:09. The light touch on that finish. Wait for the official results. Lane 0 from Winskill, Kelly Key. Lane number 1 from Kisu, Taryn Weatherford. Lane 2 from the Cascade Swim Club, Peyton Kelly. Lane 3 from Edmonton Piano, Naomi Slee. Lane 4 from Piano, Christy Lang. Lane number 5 from the University of Calgary, Casey Cannings. Lane 6 from the Langley Olympians, Layla Fatt. Lane number 7 from the University of Calgary, Eliza Hausman. Lane number 8 from Simon Fraser, Ashley Coe. Lane 9 from the University of Calgary Swim Club, Chin Yao Peng. Out in front, Christy Lang, 10009. She's the first of our national development team swimmers we've seen in the pool. She qualified for the Junior Pan Pacifics just a couple of weeks ago at the April Trials event, as did her teammate in lane number 3, Naomi Slee. She was a World Junior open water qualifier. 2:02.14 is the entry time for Lang in lane number 4. She goes through 1:32.27. Sent to the second ahead of Slee in lane number 3, followed by Casey Cannings in lane number 5. .209.29, the fastest heat so far this morning done in the previous heat. And it's going to be Christy Lang in lane number 4. Winning heat 5, 2:04.74. number 6, Rachel Wiggington, swimming in lane number 0 from the University of Calgary Swim Club. Lane number 1 is the Masslink from Holyburn. Lane number 2, Tegan McKenzie, University of Calgary. Lane 3, her teammate, Maxine Clark. Lane number 4, Cameron Cannings, University of Calgary Swim Club. Lane 5, Sienna Ango from Kamloops Classic. Lane 6, Gabrielle Dunn, Edmonton Piano. Lane 7, Emily Dieger from Spartan Swim Club. Lane number 8, Joanna Robertson, Cascade. And lane number 9, Emma Liu, Canadian Dolphins. Cannings in lane number 4, also a team member. Canada Junior Pan Pacific Championships. Goes through 59.70. From a 2:02.09 at the trials event. Just outside the top 25 all time, girls 15-17. Nearly 2 seconds on the field as she comes to the last wall. Cannings was 5th in this event in the junior final at our trials, turning in 1:31.1. Pretty close to that entry time of 2:02.0. 2 seconds back to her teammate Clark, sitting in lane number 3, Clark. Entered a 2:05.05. Cannings looking pretty strong as she cruises here to the win in heat number 6, 2:03.32. Cameron Cannings winning heat number 6 for the University of Calgary Swim Club. Seventh and final heat. The first event, the women's 200-meter freestyle, swimming in lane 0 from the University of Calgary, Kaylee McLeod. Lane 1 from Red Deer Catalina, Ellie Couture. Lane 2 from China, Quincy Bender. Lane 3 from Nanaimo, Cameron Stannard. Lane 4 from the Mantle Swim Club, Mia West. Lane 5 from the Canadian Dolphins, Julia Stranowski. Lane 6 from Edmonton Piano, Tegan Vanderleek. Lane 7 from the Canadian Dolphins, Maria Saldana Riebling. Lane 8 from the Alberta Marlins, Delray Vetter. And lane number 9 from the Red Deer Catalina Swim Club, Abby Baylor. West out in front, 59.50, the fastest first 100 we've seen so far this morning. It's also the top seed in this event, 2:01.29. Junior finalist in this event at the recent trials. Swam herself onto the Junior Pan Pacific team. As West goes through in a 1:31.0. Stranowski beside her in lane number 5 is a part of the World Junior Open Water team. And Tegan Vanderleek swimming in lane number 6, Edmonton Piano, also off to represent Canada at the Junior Pan Pacific Championships. 10 meters left to go for West in lane number 4, 2:03.32, the fastest time so far this morning. And she's under that top seed tonight, 202.74. Going to be Mia West from the Manta Swim Club. We should have an event summary momentarily. A reminder, we have two sets of finals tonight. In our ladies category, we have the youth final, which will be 13 to 15-year-old swimmers. I believe we're seeing that on the board right now. And then we have a senior or open, which is a 16 and over final. Next event, event number 2. This is the men's 200-meter freestyle, and this is heat number 1 of 6.
On your radio, on your mobile, and on your smart speaker. Play Sonic 1029.
And now will be event number 2, the men's 200-meter freestyle. Heat number 1 of 6. It'll just be a moment as we wait for the board to roll over to our next event, the men's 200-meter freestyle. We'll have 6 heats in that event. Men's finals divided up into a youth final, 14 to 16-year-olds, and an open final at 17 years and older. And here we go, heat number 1 of 6. Madam Referee. First of 6 heats in the water in the men's 200-meter freestyle. Swimming in lane number 2. From the Manitoba Marlins, Harlem Lau. Lane 3 from the Langley Olympians, Danny Park. Lane 4, also from Langley, Finn Parr. Lane 5 from Hyack, Justin Young. Lane 6 from Nanaimo Riptides, Peyton Pierce. And lane number 7 from the Delta Sun Gods, Max Zaw. First 100 meters, Hayek's Justin Young out at 101.70. He's entered in a 2:00:22 short course. Top seed in lane number 4, entered in a 1:59.42 short course. Finn Parr in lane 4 from Langley, making his move now as he comes to the last wall. 1/100 separating Young in 5 and Parr in 4. And Young in lane number 5 with a great finish. Takes our first heat, 2:03.38. Second heat in the water in lane 0, Gish Call from Langley. Lane 1, River Hay, Richmond Rapids. Lane 2, Thomas Gischler, Whitehorse. Lane 3, Tommy Brown, Prince George Barracudas. Lane 4, Ricardo Parra, Calgary Masters. Lane number 5, River Ruse, Nanaimo Riptide. Lane 6, Ryan McMillan, Kisu. Lane 7, Rowan Mount Stevens, Chino. Lane 8, Ben Stewart, Regina Optimist Dolphins. And lane number 9, Caden Werner Ends, Cascade. $57.94 split time for Thomas Kissler in lane number 2. Kissler from Whitehorse out in front. Right on his heels, a 10th back is Tommy Brown swimming in lane number 3. Both Gisler and Brown short course qualifiers in this event as they come to the last wall. It is Gisler in 2. 128.7, a half second up on Brown, swimming in lane 3 as they come to the last 50. And Tommy Gisler from the Whitehorse Glacier Bears put up a great swim here in our second heat, winning in a time of 1:59.33. In the pool, heat 3, swimming in lane 0 from Flatland, Simon Wook Lin. Lane number 1 from Spartan, Thomas Caruso. Lane 2 from Edmonton Keano, Drew Edwards. Lane 3 from Island Swimming, Ethan Fast. Lane 4 from Island, Noah Weaver. Lane 5 from Cascade, Broden Kelly. Lane 6 from the Surrey Knights, Luke Stewart Bender. Lane 7 from Williams Lake Bluefins, Jaden Johnson. Lane 8 from Cascade, Dawson Sheehan. And lane number 9 from the University of Calgary, Gibson Black. Now quickly through the first 100 meters, flatland swimming, Simon Wolf-Lynn, 56.16 is the split time. We're almost 2 seconds on the field as we turn on to the back half of this race. Jaden Johnson in lane at number 7, sitting in second. As they come to the last wall, moving up in 3, Ethan Fast from Island Swimming. Still chasing down Wolf-Lynn in lane number 0. Fast gaining a couple tenths of a second there. And Wolf-Lynn doing a good job pacing to be under 2 minutes. 1:59.33 done in the previous heat. And now Ethan Fast has moved into the lead at the close. Island Swimming Fast in 3, winning in a time of 1:59.65. Heat number 4 now, swimming in lane 0, Dominic Huishan from Grand Prairie. Lane 1 from Pacific Sea Wolves, Ray Chow. Lane number 2 from Hollyburn, Tristan Gavier. Lane 3 from Edmonton Keano, Cameron Chan. Lane number 4 from the University of Calgary, Lauren Wigington. Lane number 5 is teammate Aidan Norman. Lane 6 from Spartan, Neil Johnson. Lane number 7 from Kelowna, Aiden Kirk. Lane number 8 from Winskill Dolphins, Jeremy Slynn. Lane number 9 from the Surrey Knights, Lucas Kim. Wigington lane number 4 sits just outside the top 25 all time for Canadian boys, 15-17. He's got an entry time of 1:52.34. He did at the April Trials event. Both he and his teammate in lane 5, Aidan Norman, members of Canada's Junior Pan Pacific team. It's Norman with the lead at 57.18. We'll look to see a big back end here for Wigington as they come to the last wall. Norman with the lead. And Wigington just 0.2 of a second back in lane number 4. Great third 50 at 29.2. A good race happening here in the middle of the pool between 2 University of Calgary Swim Club teammates in Heat 4. Norman with the advantage in lane number 5, and Wigington now starting to pick it up. 15 meters left to go. And it will be Wigington in lane number 4 taking our 4th heat, 1:54.67. Feet in the water now at lane 0. It's Alvin Chan from Vancouver Pacific Swim Club. Lane 1 is Nick Duncan, University of Calgary. Lane 2, Jack Cameron, Kamloops Classic. Lane number 3, Aiden Erickson, Langley Olympians. Lane 4 from Killarney, Paul Dardis. Lane 5 from Island Swimming, Bill Dongfang. Lane 6 from Manta, Eric Dupree. Lane 7 from Red Deer Catalina, Cooper Waddle. Lane 8 from Cascade, Parker Deshay. And lane 9 from Winskill Dolphins, Zach McLeod. Two swimmers in the middle of the pool, Dardis and Dongfang. Member of Canada's team off to the Junior Pan Pacific Championships in Honolulu this summer. Dongfang out in front, 55.89, the fastest first 100 that we've seen so far this morning. Coming in with entry time of 1:55.00. Dardis is the top seed in this heat at 1:52.1. Puts him 24th all-time boys 15 to 17 in the country in this event. Dongfang turning at 1:25.53. Dardis with a great third 50. Outsplitting by more than a full second. Look at Dardis for Killarney in lane number 4, really picking it up here on the last 75 meters. 1:54.67 was the fastest time that we've seen so far this morning, done in the previous heat. At the touch, it is Dardis at 1:54.65. That now is the fastest time this morning so far in the 200-meter freestyle. Sixth and final heat now, the men's 200-meter freestyle. In lane 0 from Langley is Jean Bay. Lane number 1 from Hyack, Paul Arogo. Lane 2 from Kelowna, Daniel Savalev. Lane 3 from Vancouver Pacific, Ricardo Camuso. Lane 4 from the Surrey Knights, Yutong Wu. Lane 5 from Surrey, Peter Huang. Lane 6 from Cascade, Addison Butler. Lane number 7 from Nanaimo, Peter Morch. Lane 8 from Pacific Seawolves, Matthew Wang. Lane number 9 from Langley Olympians, Alex Felicio. Yutong Wu in lane number 4 out in front, 55.93. Just off where we saw in the previous heat. Wu won the junior final at the April Trials event. 23rd all-time Canadian boys 15 to 17. He is a member of Canada's Junior Pan Pacific team. Pretty strong as he comes to the 150-meter mark. Nice split by Wu at 29.4 on that third 50. 1:54.65 is the fastest time so far this morning. Done by Paul Dardis from Killarney in the previous heat. And he should be very close to that if he maintains his pace over the last 15 meters. Surrey Knights, Yutong Wu in lane 4. Winning our sixth and our final heat, 1:54.99. Should have an event summary on the board shortly. Reminder for the men's events Our youth final is 14 to 16 years old, and the open final is 17 and over. Next event is event there is the event summary from the 200-meter freestyle. Once again, youth final is 14 to 16 years old, and the open final is 17 and over. Next event is going to be event 301. This is a women's 100-meter backstroke, multi-class in our para category. Mr. Referee. We do have one swimmer in this event representing the Olympian Swim Club, Brianna White. Brianna swims in the S10 category. Coming in with an entry time, sea time of 1:21.40. White in lane number 4. Lone swimmer in this preliminary event coming into the wall. Time of 1:25.53. Next event of event 302. This is the men's 100-meter multi-class backstroke para. This will be heat number 1 of 1. Madam Referee. Swimming in lane number 1 from the Pacific Seawolf, Sebastian Masabi. Lane 2 from Edmonton Keano, Reed Maxwell. Lane 3 from the Paris Storm, Matt Miller. Lane 4 from Kelowna Aquajets, Cam Chambers. Lane number 5 from Vancouver Pacific, Ramon Sintang. Lane 6 in the Paris Storm, Joshua Pereira. And lane number 7 from Flatland Swimming, Leo Zheng. This is a multi-class event, so final placings are not necessarily determined by time, but rather a pair of points. Top seed, though, by time in lane number 4 is Cam Chambers from Kelowna Aquajets. He's entered in a 109.22. Oh, pretty quick at that first 50 at 33.39. Chambers swimming in the S14 category. 4 pair of swimmers wins this heat in a time of 109.29. Suarez at 109.21. Underneath his entry time by 1/100th of a second. Next event is event number 3. This is a women's 100-meter backstroke. We will have 7 heats in this event. Up first, heat number 1 of 7, Mr. Referee. Top seed lane number 4, Bridget Rupert from Pacific Coast. An entry time of 107.30 short course. And Rupert threw at 32.90 on the first 50 meters. The second up on Jiang Wang from the Riptides in lane number 2. 34.3. She'll need to go on this second 50 to be underneath that short course time that she had. See how close she can get to that with 15 meters left to go. Bridget Rupert, Pacific Coast in lane number 4, walking away with that first heat. Finishing time of 108.19, winning heat number 1. go with our second heat of the 100-meter backstroke for the women. Top seed in 4 is Sydney Lonergan from China. 105.88 is her entry time. Out quickly in lane number 5, Tegan Murray from the Kelowna Aquajets, seated just 4/100ths of a second back. 105.92 as they come to the first 50. It's actually Riley Andrushak in lane number 7 from Ireland at 32.60. 6/100ths of a second up on Olivia Giffre in lane 1. Lanes 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7. All within a tenth of each other here as they come to the finish. Right on the wall, looks like it's going to be lane 3. 108.15, Michaela Aylis. Simon Fraser, putting our second heat. And heat number 3 is off. Allison Shannon, lane number 4 from Hyack, is a top seed. 103.85 short course. Saw a 108.15 in heat number 2. Put up by Michaela Aylis, top time so far. As her third heat gets underway. Cosette Bachman in lane number 0, out in front, 32.72. Just ahead of Megan Corrigan in lane number 7. Lane 6, Layla Fack now from Langley moving up to the finish. It's going to be Fack in 6, 107.40. Fourth heat in the water. Isabella Korcheski in lane number 4, University of Calgary. 108.57 is her entry time. It's a long course qualifying standard. The fastest time so far through our first 3 heats, a 107.40. Done by Layla Fack in our previous heat. Callie Sanders from Spartan out in front, 32.76. Keep your eye on lane number 9, Eliza Hausen, University of Calgary Swim Club. She was a half second back for the first 50 meters, but out and looking good as is. Lane number 4, Isabella Korcheski. University of Calgary swimmers coming to the wall in front, and it is Eliza Hausman, 108.07. Top seed in heat number 5, Sheila Wist from the Kamloops Classics. She was third in this event at the junior final at the recent trials event in Victoria, BC. Coming in at the 103.91 entry time. And Wist looking very smooth in lane number 4 as they come to the first wall. 31.51 is the split time. A tenth of a second back is Marissa Lorne swimming in lane 3. And right there as well, Peyton Kelly in lane number 5. Kelly entered in a 104.0, just at a tenth of a second back of Wist in 4. And Wist doing a great job in lane number 4, starting to move now with 10 meters left to go. Going to be Wist from Kamloops in lane number 4, 105.03. We go in heat 6, the number 2 seed in this event overall, Jordan Grieber. Grand Prairie in lane number 4, 102.81 is her entry time. Grieber won the junior final in this event at the recent trials. Swam her way onto the junior Pan Pacific team. And Grieber from Grand Prairie in lane number 4, out in front as she comes through the first 50. 31.5 is the fastest time we've seen. 30.74 split time for Grieber. A tenth of a second back is Borromeo in 5. Natasha Borromeo from West Van Otters entered in a 104.06. And Grieber looking good, nice and high on the water, shoulders clearing as she comes with 10 meters left to go. Grieber from Grand Prairie in lane number 4, 105.03. Time we saw from Wist in the previous heat, 103.57, wins heat number 6, Jordan Grieber from the Grand Prairie Piranhas. Seventh and final heat. Katie Schroeder in lane number 4. Represents the Langley Olympian Swim Club. Member of Canada's Junior Pan Pacific team. She was second in this event in the junior final at the Trials event in Victoria. He has an entry time of 1:02.21. He's out in front 31.08, 4/100ths of a second ahead of Elise Allen in 3. Right there with them, though, Alexandre Lepage swimming in lane number 5, representing Vernon Kokanee. Saw a great swim out of Jordan Griever in the previous heat, just 0.7 of a second off of her best time at 1:03.57. It's the fastest time so far this morning, winning our 7th heat, 1:03.34. That's the fastest time we've seen so far this morning. Katie Schroeder from the Langley Olympians. Momentarily, we should get the event summary for event number 3, which is the women's 100-meter backstroke. Top qualifier Katie Schroeder, 1:03.34 from Langley Olympians. A reminder that the women will be split tonight into the 13 to 15-year-old youth category and the 16 and over opener senior category.
This is new music discovery on Sonic.
What's next? Now.
The Darcys, running for the hills.
Here we go now, event number 4, the men's 100-meter backstroke. This is heat number 1 of 7. Madam Referee. First of 7 heats. All of our swimmers here, short course qualifiers. Harlem Lau in lane number 4, top seed at 1:03.62. Representing the Manitoba Marlins in this event. For the first 50 meters, though, it's Saria Wang in lane number 3. Wang swimming for the Vancouver Pacific Swim Club. Coming in with a seat time of 1:04.35 short course. And a pretty close field as it comes to the wall and to the finish in our first heat. Be Wang in lane number 3, 1:07.13. second heat off now. Top seed in Heat 2. Peter Morsch from Nanaimo Riptides. Just over that minute mark at 1:00:48 short course. Unique this year at the Western Canadian Championships, as at the Senior Championships, swimmers were able to qualify short course meters. The first 50 it is Morschen 29.49. See how close he can come to that short course seed time. He's at 31.0 or better, and he's looking pretty strong. Should challenge that 1:00:04 short course. Would be a great swim by Morschen 4. And the swimmer from Nanaimo Riptide way out in front, winning our first heat, 1:02:03. Attention swimmers and coaches, we do have disqualification to announce from event number 3, the women's 100-meter backstroke. Once again, a disqualification in event 3, the women's 100-meter backstroke. Heat 5, lane 0 has been disqualified. Once again, event 3, heat 5, lane 0 has been disqualified. And one more disqualification to announce from event 3, women's 100-meter backstroke. Heat 6, lane 5 has been disqualified. Once again, event 3, the women's 100-meter backstroke. Heat 6, lane 5 has been disqualified. And winning this third heat, 1:01:27. Sergei Chernymachenko, swimming in lane number 5, representing the Pacific Seawolves. Fourth heat is off the top seed in lane 4, Jonas Smith Cascade, 1:05:21 long course. Jaden Johnson, though, in lane number 5, out quickly. He's entered in a short course qualifying time of 56.90. Here's Johnson out in front in 5:29:14. 1:01:27 in the previous heat by Chernymachenko from the Pacific Seawolves. That's the fastest time so far this morning. Johnson should be able to challenge that. He's got to come back 32.3 or better on this second 50. And Johnson in 5. The Williams Lake Bluefins, 59.46. Fifth heat now in the men's 100-meter backstroke. Lane number 4, Paul Arogo from Hayak. He's got the top seed time, 59.69. And it is Arogo through 29.05, the fastest first 50 seen so far this morning, just by 9/100ths of a second, better than we saw from Johnson in the previous heat. Paul Dardis, we saw in the 200-meter freestyle. Earlier this morning, he's sitting in second in lane number 5 for Killarney, 29.36 for Dardis. Entered in a 1:00. We'll see if we get anybody under that 60-second mark. And 59.70 for Arogo, winning heat number 5.
Sonic 1029.
6 heat now. Lane number 4. Top seed is Aidan Norman, 16 years old, from University of Calgary. He finished 7th in the A final, the open final at the recent trials. So I'm at 56.54. 14th fastest time Canadian all time, boys 15 to 17. 27.86. Saw him put a lifetime best by nearly 2 seconds in the 200-meter freestyle in the first event of the morning. Looking pretty strong here in the middle of the pool. Aidan Norman from the University of Calgary, 56.54 the entry time. Looking to put down a good swim here this morning in our 6th heat. Norman into the wall at 57.05. Off we go, our 7th and our final heat. Top seed again, as it was in the 200-meter freestyle, Yutong Wu from the Surrey Knights, 56.26. Just inside the top 10 all-time. Boys 15 to 17, but this time at 56.26. Saw a great swim out of Aidan Norman in the previous heat, just few tenths of a second off of his best at 57.0. Wu out 28.86. Half second up on Braden Stacy, swimming in lane number 6 from the Manitoba Bisons. And Wu followed closely by Gavier from Hollyburn in lane 5. Gonna be Wu at the wall, 1:00.07. Winning our 7th and our final heat. Next up, event summary for event number 4, men's 100-meter backstroke. On to our next event now, event number 5, the women's 200-meter breaststroke. This will be heat number 1 of 6. Mr. Referee. Two-meter breaststroke. Swimmers in heat number 1, swimming in lane number 1 from Simon Fraser, McKenna Petty. Lane 2 from the Calgary Patriots, Abigail Clark. Lane 3 from Wayland, Angela Zhao. Lane number 4, University of Calgary's Katie Grabowski. Lane 5, Red Deer Catalina, Abby Baylor. Lane 6 from Killarney, Bianne Gameo. Lane 7 from Simon Fraser, Mesa Montcab. And lane number 8 from the Parkland Pirates, Haley Beeler. Baylor out in front in 5, 1:21.12. Swimmer from Red Deer Catalina's got a short course qualifying time of 2:46.50. It's a tenth of a second ahead of Grabowski, swimming in lane number 4. Out ahead of Grabowski by a full second. Got the 100 as they come to the 3/4 mark. Race leader so far in our first heat is Baylor from Red Deer Catalina. Lane number 5 splitting a 2:05.94. Grabowski making up a lot of ground by a full second on that third 50. Just swimmers just separated by 0.4 of a second in 4 and 5. Grabowski making the charge now here at the end of our first heat. And a great finish out of Katie Grabowski, the 15-year-old from the University of Calgary, swimming in lane number 4, powering through here to the finish to win our first heat of the women's 200-meter breaststroke. Grabowski, 2:47.24.
Sonic. 2 hours of non-stop sonic music.
9 till 11 on Alternative Edmonton.
Second heat of the 200-meter breaststroke for the women in lane 0 from the Kelowna Aqua Jets, Sarah Gray. Lane number 1 from Hyack, Paige Corbally. Lane 2 from Langley, Gracie Marishak. Lane 3 from the Richmond Rapids, Sarah Crawford. Lane 4 from Spartan, Mary Rose Gerodico. Lane 5 from Island Swimming, Mello D. Lane 6 from the West Van Otters, Queenie Gong. Lane 7 from the LA Swim Club, McKenna Wood. Lane 8 from Killarney, Lauren Porter. Lane 9 from Parkland Pirates, Dakota Dotzlaff. Sarah Crawford from the Richmond Rapids out to the first 100, 1:18.53. It's 2.5 seconds faster than we saw in that first heat. Crawford's got a short course entry time of 2:41.16. Got ahead of lane number 6, Queenie Gong, who's second. She's put a 1:20.59. Look to see if these swimmers can match the time put up by Grabowski in that first heat, 2:47.24. Crawford at 2:01.53, on pace to be under that 47 thrown down in the first heat. Gaining more ground on the field here with 25 meters left to go. Sarah Crawford from the Richmond Rapids. Looks like she's going to hold off all challengers here in the second heat as she comes to the finish. It'll be Crawford in lane number 3. Time of 2:47.60. Heat 3 now with Delray Vetter in lane 0 from the Alberta Marlins. Lane 1 is Charlotte Glynn from Kisu. Lane 2, Danica Douglas from Edmonton Keano. Lane 3, Cameron Dale, Cascade. Lane 4, Valentina Klostev, Hollyburn. Lane number 5, Iluna Phillips from Edmonton Keano. Lane 6, Jessie Carlson, Grand Prairie. Lane 7, Alexia Morgan, Simon Fraser. Lane 8, Quinn Snively from Manta. Lane number 9, Sydney Stewart, University of Calgary Swim Club. Luna Phillips in lane number 5 out in front, 37.32. It's a 2:49.41 entry time. Top time still remains the heat-winning time from Heat 1, Katie Grabowski. Time at 2:47.24. She was out at 1:22 through the first 100 meters. Phillips here, a 1:18.77. Nice 41-4 split on her second 50. Del Rey Vetter swimming in lane number 0 from the Alberta Marlins is second. And the field pretty close in 3, 4, and 6. Right on Phillips' heels. Less than 75 meters to go. Kolochev in 4, starting to make a good move here through until the 150-meter mark. It's still Phillips. Lane number 5 maintaining that lead as she hits at a 2:03.52, but the lead is now Kolochev just at the touch ahead of Phillips. A great third 50 for Kolochev at 42.70. Putting herself into contention here to win our third heat. And again, a 2:47.42. That's what we saw in Heat 1. Kolochev followed by Phillips. Jesse Carlson doing a good job moving into the top 3 in lane number 6. Going to be Valentina Kolochev in lane number 4, winning their third heat, 2:47.63.
Amazon Prime is going to put out a huge, tragically hit documentary in a couple years. They've done some good stuff. Amazon Prime. They've got that Kids in the Hall documentary coming out too. Some 90s Canadiana nostalgia. It's going to be all over Amazon Prime in the next couple of years. I'm saying that this is playing Chapstick as we do 2 hours of non-stop sonic music.
Fourth heat in the water, swimming in lane 0 from Pacific Coast, Riley Greenfield. Lane 1 from University of Calgary, Emily Bugby. Lane 2, also University of Calgary, Quinlan Beeman. Lane 3, your teammate Rianne Caterhagen. Lane number 4 from Chinook Swim Club, Eloise Allen. Lane number 5 from the Kelowna Aquajets, Kasia Dreyer. Lane 6 from the Canadian Dolphins, Natalie Day. Lane 7 from Winskill, Kelly Key. Lane 8 from Vernon, Alexandre Lepage. And lane number 9 from Island Swimming, Riley Andrushak. 1:16.00 is a split time for Allen. For the first 100 meters, she's entered a 2:37.68. Second and a half up on Dreyer for Kelowna in lane number 5. Up with them as well, Rianne Caterhagen in lane 3. Fastest time still sticks from Heat 1. Time of 2:47.24 by Katie Grabowski. See that time go down here now as it's a 1:57.79. The first 150 meters should be able to get somebody down and very close to under 2:40. Dreyer starting to move in lane number 5 for Kelowna. She's pulled herself up and is just about even with Allen with 15 meters left to go. Allen still with the lead in lane number 4 from the Chinook Swim Club. 2:47.24 top time this morning so far, and a 2:40.40. Eloise Allen from the Chinook Swim Club winning Heat 4. Heat 5 now. Swimming in lane 0 from the Langley Olympians, Yan Wu Choi. Lane number 1 for Edmonton Keanu, Emma Finland. Lane 2 from the University of Calgary, Alicia Larshevik. Lane 3 from Manta, Hallie West. Lane number 4, Kelowna Aquajets, Aaron Epp. Lane 5, also Kelowna, Cody Wyman. Lane 6, University of Calgary's Callie Giroux. Lane 7 from Langley, Sienna Harder. Lane 8, University of Calgary's Jordan Lloyd. Lane number 9 from the Grand Prairie Piranhas, Marley Monson. Larshevik in lane number 2, University of Calgary, a member of Canada's Junior Pan Pacific team. Swim at 2:41.65 her entry time. Top seed though, lane number 4, Erin Epp from Kelowna. She was 4th in this event at the Junior Pan Pacific in the junior final at the World and Commonwealth Trials. Hallie West turns in 1:16.68, a fast outing for the Manta Swim Club swimmer in lane number 3. She's entered in a 2:39.47. Top qualifying time was a 2:40.40. So far this morning, done in Heat 4. Yep, with a solid lead here at 1:57.12. Great back end to this race. She's got a C time up 2:37.0. Should be pretty close to that. She can maintain that speed now. Just a few meters left to go in Heat 5. Erin Epp, Kelowna Aquajets, 2:38.74. Sixth and final heat of the 200-meter breaststroke in the water. In lane 0 from Hyack, Yolanda Ling. Lane 1 from the University of Calgary, Sonia Bakshi. Lane 2 from Manta, Ava Thompson. Lane 3 from Langley Olympians, Macy Larson. Lane 4 from Whitehorse, Mia Barrow. Lane 5 from Edmonton Keanu, Megan Berrigan. Lane 6 from Vancouver Pacific Swim Club, Blake Curry. Lane 7 from the Kelowna Aquajets, Megan Corrigan. Lane 8 from Spartan, Brooklyn Pickford. And then lane number 9, swimming unattached, Grayson Kehoe. Mia Barrow in lane number 4 out strong. 1:16.0 is the split time. At a 2:36.77 entry time. Right up there with her is Megan Berrigan from Edmonton Keanu. Berrigan entered in a 2:38.16. We saw a 2:38.74 in the previous heat. That was Kelowna Aquajet's Aaron Epp. And it is Barra, 157.35, a second up on Berrigan beside her. See how close they can get to that 2:38.7 done in the previous heat. Should be pretty close to it. 25 meters left to go. Berrigan right up there with Barreau in the middle of the pool. And with a good finish, Mia Barrow in lane number 4 from the White Horse Glacier Bears to win our 6th and our final heat, 2:38.84. And event summary now on the board for event number 5, women's 200-meter breaststroke. With that event summary, it looks like we're ready to go on to event number 6 now, the men's 200-meter breaststroke. This will be the first of 6 heats. Madam Referee. In the water in heat 1, swimming in lane number 2 from Grand Prairie, Hudson Fran. Lane 3 from Vancouver Pacific, Siri Wang. Lane 4 from China, Bodhi Samar. Lane number 5 from the Kelowna Aquajets, Jordan Meyer. Lane 6 from the St. James Seals, Jerome Timpug. And lane 7 from the University of Calgary Swim Club, Andrew Fenning. Samard out in front, 1:14. 23 is the split time. He's coming in with a C time of 2:33.09 short course. Jerome Timpug in lane number 6. making a charge here, a solid 39.9 on that third 50. Then a couple tenths of Samard, the race leader. And Tim Buck now taking the lead. The St. James Seals in lane number 6. 2:36.41 is his short course seed time. Going to be very close to that here at the finish. It's going to be Tim Buck winning in a 2:35.73.
Alternative Edmonton. Sonic 1029.
Second heat now, swimming in lane number 0 is Isaac Yu from Island Swimming. Lane 1, Daniel Haney Seahorse. Lane 2, Daniel Sue, Vancouver Pacific. Lane 3, Cooper Scott, University of Calgary. Lane 4, Sergei Chernymachenko, Pacific Seawolves. Lane 5, Aiden Erickson, Langley Olympians. Lane 6, David Maybaum, Richmond Rabbits. Lane 7, Eldon Wu, Pacific Seawolves. Lane 8, Jonathan Lai, Wayland Swim Club. And lane number 9, Matthew Chung, University of Calgary. At the 100-meter mark, it's going to be Sue in lane 2, 1:13.42. 0.6 of a second up on Eldon Wu in lane 7. Leader shrunk to just 0.2 of a second as David Maybaum in lane number 6 closes the gap on Sue in 2. And the Richmond Rapids, David Maybaum in lane number 6 has now taken over the lead. Keep our eye on the clock, 2:35.73 done in the first heat. It's gonna be Maybaum in lane 6, 2:33.99. Swimming in 8-3 in lane 0 from Regina Optimus Dolphins, Best Rexa. In lane 1 from Island Swimming, Kai Namba. Lane 2 from the Richmond Rapids, River He. Lane 3 from Red Deer Catalina, Miles Grant. Lane 4 from the Wayland Swim Club, Isaac Chen. Lane 5 from Killarney, Brandon Hashi. Lane 6 from the Surrey Knights, Nicholas Wong. Lane 7 from the West Van Otters, James Gow. Lane 8 from the Pacific Sea Wolves, Matthew Wang. Lane number 9 from Vancouver Pacific, Ewan Finlayson. Nicholas Wang in lane number 6 out in front, 1:12.29. A tenth of a second up on Finlayson in lane number 9. Wang entered in his short course qualifying time at 2:23.2. Top seed long course is Isaac Chen in 4. Entered a 2:35.41, 2:33.99. Time that won heat number 2, that was David Maybaum. And Huang still holding on at 1:52.05. Best Rexa in lane number 0. He is right there as well, 0.2 of a second back. And Rexa now challenging for the lead in lane 0. 15 meters left for him. Finlayson moving nice in lane 9. At the touch, it's going to be Rexa, 2:32.89. Into the water we go with heat number 4. Lane 0, Enzo Fath from Simon Fraser. Lane 1, Garrett Brenson, Edmonton Keanu. Lane 2, Adam Josa, West Van Otters. Lane number 3 is Michael Zhao, Simon Fraser. Lane 4, Carson Beggs, University of Manitoba. Lane 5, Theo Grabowski, University of Calgary. Lane 6, Jasper Juice Van Maren, Pacific Coast. Lane 7, Joshua Wall, Richmond Rapids. Lane 8, Hayden Fisher, Olympians. Lane number 9, Lucas Kim from the Surrey Knights. Top seed is lane number 4, Carson Beggs, University of Manitoba Bison, entered in a 2:23.16. Lead right now is Joshua Wall, swimming in lane number 7. He's out in front at the 100, 109.83. A half second up on Michael Zhao, swimming in lane 3. And Wall, the youngster in this heat, just 14 years old. He's entered in a 2:28.63. And less than 50 meters to go for Josh Wall. This is the first of our last 3 circles seated heats. 2:32.89. Time that won our previous heat. That was by Best Rexa, Regina Optimus Dolphins.
Take your dog for a walk in the river valley, imagining how sweet it would be if dogs could speak.
And Zhao in lane number 3 moving nicely, challenging for that lead. At the touch it is Michael Zhao, 2:26.39.
Hey PC, I broke my ankle and used the PC Health app to connect with a physiotherapist. It helped a ton with my recovery. Genuinely wanted to say thank you.
We genuinely want to say you're welcome. From services like finding doctors and physiotherapists to chiropractors and massage therapists, the PC Health app connects you to the care you need. This is just one of the ways we make things better.
Services not available in all regions. See the PC Health app for full details. So let me get this straight. What kind of residential is already building near your home?
Right.
Like a laned duplex with front garage home?
Right.
And your purchase price is secure?
Right.
And the interior design is looked after?
Right.
So you're telling me
50 now, the men's 200-meter breaststroke. Lane 0, Bryce Turney, Saskatoon Goldfinns. Lane 1, Owen Holford, Olympian Swim Club. Lane 2, Oliver Dawson, Grand Prairie. Lane 3, Kyon Cho, Simon Fraser. Lane number 4, Ian Cameron, Olympian Swim Club. Lane 5, Aaron Robertson, Pacific Coast. Lane 6, Tristan Chance, Pacific Seawolves. Lane 7, Jet Vergy, University of Calgary. Lane 8, Cohen Chan, Edmonton Keano. And lane number 9, from Pacific Coast Swimming, Atanas Tuchayev. Aaron Robertson, Pacific Coast, in lane number 5 with the lead. He's got a 2:23.91 seat time. He's through in 1:08.34. Second and a half up on Tristan Chance in 6. 26.39 was the winning time by Michael Zhao in the previous heat. At the touch, 1:46.27. 2 seconds up on Kyon Cho in 3. Aaron Robertson still with the lead. 15 meters left to go. This one's going to be Aaron Robertson in lane number 5 from Pacific Coast, winning in a time of 2:25.55.
Taking care of my vehicle is important. That's why I go to the Mopar service experts. Because every time I do, they also take care of me.
Purchase a peace of mind maintenance service at the all-in spring event, and you'll receive a brake inspection and a free seasonal tire changeover. And of course, when you buy 3 tires,
Attention, sirs and coaches, we do have a disqualification to announce from event number 6, the men's 200-meter breaststroke. Heat 3, lane 0 has been disqualified. Once again, disqualification in the men's 200-meter breaststroke. Heat 6, sorry, event 6, it is Heat 3, lane 0 that has been disqualified. Sixth in our final heat of the breaststroke, swimming in lane 0 from the Canadian Dolphins, Ivan Sun. In lane number 1 from Simon Fraser, Chuck-A Chung. In lane 2 from the Olympians, Finnegan Bueller. Lane 3 from China, James Hume. Lane number 4, University of Calgary's Lauren Wigington. Lane 5, your race leader from Hayak, Justin Young. Lane 6 from China, Robin Joudry. Lane 7 from Kisu, Chiosu Badato. And lane 8 from Edmonton Piano, Spencer McKenzie. Lane 9 from Simon Fraser, Phoenix Hislop. Justin Young at 1:46.53. 25.55, fastest time so far this morning in prelims. Jung's got an entry time at 2:23.2, but look at Wigington. He did the same thing here in the 200-meter freestyle earlier this morning, trying to close hard and steal the win. At the touch, it is Jung, though, time of 2:23.77. Event summary on the board now for the men's 200-meter breaststroke. As this is the end of all of our preliminary events, we just have time finals left. Scratch deadline is 30 minutes from now, so at 11:35 into the clerk of course. The scratch deadline for tonight's final events will be 11:35 a.m., which is 30 minutes from now into the clerk of course. Moving on to our next events now, which is event 7. This is the women's 400-meter freestyle relay. It is a time final event. We will have 3 heats this morning. So heat number 1.
4-hour shift, making $100 an hour. $400 in your pocket just for listening to the radio. That's enough for what? One utility bill? That's gotta go. How about we pay for your power so you could just leave fans on and lights on in your house when you're not even there? Because we're covering it. Alternative income, $100 an hour could be yours at noon. Listen for your name, and it's not too late to sign up. Sonic1029.com. I'm Taylor. This is Hotel Mirror.
Mr. Referee. And the 4x100-meter freestyle relay, it is a time final event. We've got 3 heats this morning. And our top 10 seeded teams will be swimming tonight. That will be heat number 4 in the water in our first heat. Swimming in lane 2, Simon Fraser. In lane 3, Saskatoon Lasers. In lane 4 is Kisu. Lane number 5, Vancouver Pacific. And in lane number 6, Simon Fraser. Leading the way through the first leg of this race with Simon Fraser Aquatics A team, sitting in lane number 6. 1:00:81 split time by Ashley Coe. Kayla Aylis is in the water now for the Simon Fraser team in 6. Coming in with a no time entry. Leading the way as you come up to the halfway point here in heat 1. Into water now for Simon Fraser, Vivian Yang. Kishu's Sydney Wilson starting to close the gap. As they go by your leaders, Sydney Wilson and the Kishu Swim Club now out in front. 100 meters left to go. It's going to be Taryn Weatherhead for Kishu in 4, and Lorena Sun for Simon Fraser in lane 6. Lead now more than a full second for Kishu in lane 4. And just 25 meters left to go on our first heat of the time final women's 400 meter freestyle relay, and it's going to be Kishu. Kishu in lane number 4, winning our first heat. Their time a 4:04.60. A reminder, these are time final events. So the results from these first 3 heats, as well as tonight's heat, will be combined to determine our final and our overall placings. And Kishu, a time of 4:04.60, winning heat number 1. In our second heat in the water in lane 0, Pacific Coast Swimming. Lane 1, University of Calgary. Lane 2, the Pacific Sea Wolves. Lane 3 is Manta. Lane number 4, Calgary Patriots. Lane 5 is Haney. Lane 6, the Olympian Swim Club. Lane 7, West Van Otters. Lane 8, Kelowna Aquajets. Leading way, University of Calgary Swim Club in lane number 1 through 150 meters. Got Julia Norman in the water. Great lead out leg by Haley French. Out in front, pretty close for second, third, and fourth. Williams Lake Bluefins in lane number 9. Doing a great job up with those race leaders, challenging Kelowna. At the halfway point, it's still University of Calgary in lane number 1, 2:04.47. Just a second up on Williams Lake, swimming in lane number 9. University of Calgary, they got Victoria Chen in the water on the third leg. Williams Lake with Rowan Smith. It's a 4:04.60 out of heat number 1. Kelowna staying in touch with Williams Lake. Both teams just behind by 0.8 of a second on University of Calgary. And Chen trying to hold off Smith as they come to the last swimmer into the water in lane number 1. It's Christine Zhao in lane number 9 for Williams Lakes. It's Brady Hamar. Eight-tenths of a second is still the lead for the University of Calgary. Just ahead of Williams Lake. Third and right there with them are the Olympians in 6. Olympians moving up nicely. Looks like University of Calgary swim's going to hold on to win heat number 2. Their time, 4:11.33. Our third and final heat of the women this morning. Swim in lane 0, Regina Optimus Dolphins. Lane 1, Island Swimming. Lane 2 is Hyatt. Lane 3, Edmonton Keano. Lane 4, the Surrey Knights. Lane 5 is Killarney. Lane 6, Spartan. Lane number 7, Cascade. Lane number 8, Grand Prairie. Lane 9, LA Swimming. The 4:04.60 put up by Kisu in heat 1. Still stands as the top time so far this morning. They should challenge to come out of the prelims with the fastest time. We'll see how the Surrey Knights do in lane 4. Landa Zhang leading the way as they get through the first 100 meters in a 59.48. Into the water for Surrey goes Natalie Wongsperdo. 1/10 of a second separating Surrey in 4. Killarney in lane number 5. Long Speedo being challenged by Killarney's Fleming. And now Killarney has just gone by your race leaders. As they come to the halfway point, Killarney Swim Club now with the lead. A 2:01.14. 2/10 of a second up on Surrey. Third is Edmonton Keano in 3. Killarney into the water with Lauren Porter. Surrey has Rachel Tong. $29.72, a great first 50 for the Surrey Knights. Rachel Tong extending her lead over Killarney now. Lead is going back and forth in the middle of the pool as we get ready for our fourth and final swimmer to dive in. Race leader Surrey Knights are going to dive in on the anchor leg with Izzy Senevarante. For Killarney, it's going to be Rand Gameo. There we go, it's Surrey at 3:03.42. You need a 1:01.18 on this last split to come out of prelims with the fastest time. On a very fast first 50 meters at 28:31. Cascade now moving into second in lane number 7. A great battle for second and third here in this third heat. Izzy Senevarante and the Surrey Knights winning in a time of 4:03.61. Fastest time out of our 3 heats this morning in the women's 400-meter freestyle relay. Next event now, event number 8, the men's 14 and over 400-meter freestyle relay. We have 3 heats this morning. This is heat number 1. Madam Referee. Just waiting for the board to move to heat number 1. And looks like we are good to go. Madam Referee. In the water in the first heat, swimming in lane 2, Simon Fraser Aquatics. In lane 3 is Kisu. Lane 4, West Van Otters. Lane 5, Winskill. Lane 6, Simon Fraser. In lane 7, also Simon Fraser. Wayland Swim Club out in front, 55-1. First 100 meters. The second up on Simon Fraser in 6. Like the Simon Fraser A team. Brian Fu. Just ahead of Wayland Swim Club as they come to the halfway point. Fu and Simon Fraser at 1:51.88. 1.8 seconds up. Into the water for Simon Fraser is Chuck Hay Young. Being chased by Jonathan Lay, swimming in lane 5. Simon Fraser's leads starting to spread out over Wayland as they come to the 3/4 mark. Michaelan Murray into the water for Simon Fraser. Wayland's lane at number 5. We've got Arthur Zhao anchoring. And Kaylin Murray in the A team from Simon Fraser Aquatics will win our first heat this morning, a time of 3:45.36. Here we go, our second heat in lane 0, UVic Pacific Coast. Lane number 1 is Grand Prairie. Lane 2, University of Calgary. Lane 3, Nanaimo Riptides. Lane number 4 is Manta. Lane 5, Vancouver Pacific. Lane 6, Chena. Lane number 7, the Olympians. And in lane number 9, Kelowna Aquajets. Nanaimo Riptides leading the way with River Bruce. Fastest to the 100 at 55.56, a half second up on UVic, swimming in lane 0. Peter Morse now in the water for Nanaimo. Pacific Coast Swimming have Jasper Juice Van Maren. Nanaimo extending that lead with Peter Morse having a great leg as they come to the halfway point. And Morse into the wall, 150.13 as the split time. 1.8 seconds up on Manta now in lane number 4, has moved into second. Nanaimo in the water with Griffin, Nielsen, Sende. Manta chasing hard with Stefan Bennett. Coming into the end of the third leg, Nanaimo still with the big lead. And in lane number 3, here goes Peyton Pierce for your race leaders. 2:45.46, 3 seconds up. UVic Pacific Coast in lanes number 0 has moved back into second. Giving chase with Aaron Robertson as they try and get up to Nanaimo. Top time this morning, we saw it in the first heat, 3:45.36. And it looks like we'll have a new top time this morning as Nanaimo comes in, 3:43.29. As we get going, just a reminder, all of our swimmers, coaches, and teams, there's 5 minutes left before the scratch deadline. Scratch deadline is 11:35 into the clerk of course. Once again, a little bit less than 5 minutes remaining for all scratches for tonight's finals to be into the clerk of course. Swimming in heat 3 in lane 0, Richmond Rapids. Lane 1, Hollyburn. Lane 2, Manitoba Marlins. Lane 3, Langley Olympians. Lane number 4, University of Manitoba. Lane 5, Vancouver Pacific. Lane 6 is Haney. Lane 7, the Pacific Sea Wolves. Lane 8, Cascade. And lane 9, Red Deer Catalina. 52.85 is a split time for Joel Blanco from Haney, giving that team a big lead here. The first 100 meters, sitting in second is Vancouver Pacific. A little bit less than 2 seconds back. Haney now going with Keenan Gander. Vancouver Pacific chasing with Ian Finlayson. Finlayson doing a great job shrinking that lead by 9/10 of a second on that first 50 alone. Finlayson now for Vancouver Pacific into the lead. Ian Finlayson carrying that lead to the halfway point for Vancouver Pacific in 5, 149.20. Into the water is Ricardo Camuso. Olieburn in lane number 1, moving into second place. Chasing them down is Raphael Wang swimming in lane number 1. Gaining ground on that first 50, Vancouver Pacific's Ricardo Camuso. And Camuso having a great third leg as the anchor for Vancouver Pacific, Will Hugh, jumps in. Almost 3 full seconds on the field, less than 100 meters to go. Should be well underneath that time. That won the previous heat at 3:43.29. See if we get a 38 or 39 out of our winners here in our third and our final heat this morning in the men's 400-meter freestyle relay. Again, fastest time so far this morning at 3:43.29. Heat 3 is going to go to Vancouver Pacific in lane 5, 3:40.16. We'll be moving on to our next time final event. Men's 9 and 10, 800-meter freestyle and the 1,500-meter freestyle. We will be alternating back and forth between the women's 800 and the men's 1,500. And up first, it is Heat 2 of the women's 800-meter freestyle. Mr. Referee. Swimmers in the water for the second heat of the women's 800-meter freestyle. Heat 1 will be swum tonight, swimming in lane 0 from the Langley Olympians, Gracie Marishuk. In lane number 1 from the Hyack Swim Club, Tiffany Tancon. Lane 2 from Canadian Dolphins, Ridley Jenkins. Lane 3 from the Alberta Marlins, Delray Vetter. Lane 4 from Hyack, Michelle Shen. Lane 5 from University of Calgary, Kaylee McLeod. Lane 6, also University of Calgary, Tegan McKenzie. Lane 7 from the Surrey Knights, Rachel Tong. Lane 8 from Manta, Jamie Polowski. Lane number 9 from Island Swimming, Kia Craig. At the 400-meter mark, the halfway point, it is lane 6, 440.08, Tegan McKenzie. University of Calgary Swim Club leading the way. She has an entry time of 9:26.35. And just ahead of Ridley Jenkins in lane number 2 from the Canadian Dolphins. Jenkins just 0.6 of a second back. Top seed in this heat number 2 is Michelle Shen from Hayak, entered in a 9:22.81. .5:51.35 for McKenzie. Just like our 400-meter freestyle relays, this is a time final event. So all of the results from this morning's heats as well as tonight's top 10 seeded swimmers will be combined. Attention swimmers and coaches, we do have a disqualification in the relays, event number 8. Once again, a disqualification in event number 8, which is the men's 400-meter freestyle relay. Heat 3, lane 2 in the men's relays has been disqualified. Once again, event 8, heat 3, lane 2 has been disqualified.
Hey, we're just a couple minutes away from calling the next name for alternative income. You can start making $100 an hour if I say your name on the radio with me. $100 an hour. To me, I just had my second kid, a little daughter. She's obviously in diapers. So when I hear $100 an hour, all I think is how many diapers can I buy with that money? Because spending money on diapers, it's like spending money on garbage bags. I don't want to do that. It's literally just going to be filled with crap, and then you throw it out. Why am I spending money on that? If you get some diaper money.
We get our bells coming out, indicating 100 meters left to go for your race leaders. And it's McLeod and McKenzie, two University of Calgary teammates, running within 0.4 of a second of each other. McLeod's got an entry time of 9:26.14. 9:26.35 for McKenzie. They should be right on those best times. Just over 50 meters left to go. Yeah, looks like we'll get a couple best times out of your race leaders. Kayla McLeod, lane number 5, University of Calgary, and Tegan McKenzie in lane 6. And here we go, Kaylee McLeod winning in a time of 9:23.01. number 2 now, the 1500 meter freestyle. And heat number 1 is being swum tonight in the final session. Swimming in lane 0 from Hayek, Hull Arogo. Lane 1 from the Winskill Dolphins, Jeremy Slynn. Lane 2 from Simon Fraser, Yannick Morgans. Lane 3 from Island Swimming, Noah Weaver. Lane number 4 from Kelowna, Aidan Kirk. Lane 5 from the Winskill Dolphins, Zach McLeod. Lane 6 from the Olympians, Torren Vandersteen. Lane 7 from Kisu, Jordan South Tremblay. Lane 8 from Pacific Coast, Jasper Juice Van Maren. And lane number 9 from Grand Prairie, Dominic Inquisition.
Beaches with the Bluestones for 2 shows. New dates May 21st and 22nd at Midway. The Lumineers rescheduled show August 7th at Rogers Place. Modest Mouse August 24th at the Edmonton Convention Center. And Art Kells, new date October 29th at Rogers Place.
Sonic concerts for the Richard Fauché real estate team at EXP Realty. Want to be the first to know?
Aidan Kirk is the top seed in this second heat with an entry time of 16:52.95.
Sonic. Chatter Mobile has nationwide prepaid plans with nationwide coverage from only $15 a month. That's really, really, really affordable. At Chatter, there's no credit checks, no term contracts.
Jeremy Slynn with the lead from Winskill. He's entered in a 17:07.96.
One prepaid mobile provider because Chatter is very, very, very good at what they do. With Chatter Mobile,
Got a hole just under 109, so go underneath that.
chattermobile.com today.
Get your career in gear with Canadian Road Presents.
Whether you're right out of school or just not sure where to go next, you can find your fit at the CRBI Open House, hosted by Sonic 1029.
There's lots of opportunities to gain new experiences, learn new skills, and see all that Western Canada has to offer.
See equipment firsthand and meet members from all CRBI divisions, including ACP Applied Products and La France Road Marking, plus free food from Bad France and games for the whole family.
The CRBI Open House this Saturday from noon till 5 at 26120 Atchison Road, just north of Highway 16A on Highway 60.
Hi, Keith here from Speedy Glass. As windshield experts, we know all too well that a small chip can become a big crack really, really fast. So don't wait. If your windshield's chipped, get it fixed by Speedy Glass. Thanks to our cutting-edge tools and certified technicians, we offer one of the most reliable repair services on the market. Not only is our work rock solid, we back it up with a lifetime warranty. Book your appointment today at speedyglass.ca. Conditions apply. Details at speedyglass.ca.
The Hyundai Advantage Sales Event is one of our biggest events of the year, so we're checking all the boxes. Lease or finance from 0.99% on select 2022 models? Check. Shop on your own terms with Hyundai Click to Buy. Check that. More of the comfort and safety features you want. Double check. And a 5-year comprehensive limited warranty? Totally a check. Enjoy these advantages during the Hyundai Advantage Sales Event. Conditions apply. Visit HyundaiCanada.com or your dealer for details.
You've probably been hearing a lot about mortgages. Low rate, pre-approval, cashback. You get the idea. At Service, we offer all of these too. However, we do something incredibly different. Most of our mortgages come with profit share rewards cash. This means your mortgage pays you back year after year. Seems too good to be true, right? Wrong. Get cold hard cash every single year. Believe it, you can feel good about your money at Service Credit Union.
Calling all savers, stock up and save big at the Save on Foods Case Lot Sale on now. Load up on not 1, not 2, but 3 breakfast favorites at amazing low prices. Sunlight
Coming to the 400 meter mark, it's still Slynn. Well, Winskill out in front.
5 kilogram, $8.99. Don't forget the bacon.
Jeremy Slynn turning in a 4:24.85, right on his heels, though, a 10th back. Souce Tremblay at 4:24.96.
Your home office is a sacred place, but it's cluttering fast with electronic waste. VHS and a fax machine too? Call Just Junk. It's the smart thing to do. Just Junk.
Racing at 1:08, which is about 17 minutes.
Debris to hoarding, estate cleanup, and more. In your time of need, let the pros at Just Junk do all the lifting, loading, and hauling for you. Just call JustJunk.com. JustJunk.com. Everybody, JustJunk.com.
Are you wondering what's next for your education and career?
Definitely, but I'm not sure where to go from here.
No matter what stage of life you're in, Northwest College can help.
Slynn in 1, Morgan's in 2, having a great race. Within a half second of each other. Come to the 600-meter mark. Slynn with a slight advantage. Up on Simon Fraser's Yannick Morgan's. 26-100 separates these top two. Sitting in third is lane 7. Jordan Souche-Tremblay. The second and a half back. These race leaders lapping at times. It should put them under 17 minutes. Be good drops for them. Yannick Morgan's coming in with a 17:00.76 seat time. Jeremy Slynn back at 17:07. Still lapping in the 107s at 650 meters. Now this lead has shrunk to just 1/10 of a second. Morgan's gaining ground. Slynn using his height to his advantage and some good push-offs off the wall. Maintains that lead by 1/10 of a second. Was a halfway point at 8:22.3, 8:22.4. Now Morgan's with a slight advantage through 800 meters. 8:56.14 is the split time. 4/10 of a second up on Slynn. 1,100 meters gone. 12:19, 1-0. Yannick Morgan's putting together some pretty solid splits here at 107 mids. Should be able to see it down around 16:40, maybe just under if they can pick it up. 16:45, sorry, that should be about the time they'll go.
Get ready to call. Yes, we pay you $100 an hour just for listening to Sonic 102.9. So wait, time to earn some alternative income.
All right, it's time to start another shift. 4 hours making $100 an hour. You want that money? You do? Okay. Your name is Tristan. Tristan Peacock. Give me a call within the next 10
Yannick Morgan's now at 13:26.
$100 an hour.
7-3, he's got 300 meters left to go. Slynn sitting just back 3.5 seconds in lane 2.
Sonic 102.9.
See if Morgans can get himself down to 16:45 or better. That should be able to place inside the top 10 tonight. Meters left to go as he turns in 14:33.9. Slynn's 6 seconds back at 14:39. 200 meters left to go for your race leaders. Third, Dominic Guishan. Grand Prairie swimming out of lane number 9. See some good drops out of these top 3 swimmers. Looks like Morgans will be under 17 minutes the first time in his 1,500 meter freestyle career. There go the bells. 100 meters left for Yannick Morgan from Simon Fraser. He turns in 15:41.
All right, Tristan, I've got a stack of $100 bills here with your name on it. Tristan Peacock, just called out your name for alternative income. You've got about 7 minutes to call me back and start making $100 an hour. Or, if you don't, Vanessa is going to get a second shift of alternative income. She's already got $400 in her pocket. That's right. Tristan, you should take yours. 780-423-1029.
Last wall for Morgans. Looks like we're going to get a 16:46, 16:47 out of him. It's going to be a great drop. Coming down from a 17-minute entry time, Yannick Morgan, Simon Fraser took over the lead just past halfway in this one. Heat number 2 of our men's 1,500 meter freestyle goes to lane 2. Yannick Morgan, 16:47.68. Number 3 now, the women's 800-meter freestyle. Swimming in lane number 1, Marley Windsor from Kisu. Lane 2, Lucy Hallett, Pacific Coast Swimming. Lane 3, Hannah Rutten, Kisu Swim Club. Lane number 4, Bronwyn Wheeler, Spartan Swim Club. Lane number 5, Rachel Wigington, University of Calgary. Lane 6, Kira Kennedy, Cascade. Lane 7, Alexia Morgan, Simon Fraser. Lane 8, Jessica Here, Pacific Coast. Lane number 9, Sydney Wilson from Kisu.
Sonic 1029.
You have disqualification in event number 10, the men's 1500-meter freestyle. Heat 2, lane 4 has been disqualified. Once again, disqualification in event 10, men's 1500-meter freestyle. Heat 2, lane 4 has been disqualified.
This is 55 minutes of non-stop Sonic music.
On Sonic 1029.
And Rachel Wigington leading the way through the first 400 meters for 44.49. She Is a seed time of 9:33.74. And Rachel Wigington in lane number 5 from the University of Calgary. In lane 6, Kira Kennedy from Cascade, swimming themselves away from the rest of the field. At the 600-meter mark, Wigington turning 7:07.79. Full second up on Kennedy. Kennedy gaining a bit of ground on these last 350s. Still has ways to go to get up to Wigington. Nearly identical splits as they turn off to the last 100 at 8:19.7 and 8:20.9. Wigington entered in 9:33.7. Kennedy 9:40.4. 50 meters left to go. And it looks like we're going to see Wigington just under 9:30. It'll be a new lifetime best for her. It's going to be nearly a 10-second drop for Kennedy in 5. 15 meters left to go, and Rachel Wigington from the University of Calgary Swim Club is going to win Heat 3 of the women's 800-meter freestyle. Winning time, 9:28.64. Heat 3 of the men's 1500-meter freestyle into the water in lane 0. Hercules Gilman from Kisu. In lane number 1, Alex Felicio from Langley Olympians. Lane 2, Alonso Gutierrez, Pacific Coast Swimming. Lane 3, Chuck-A Young from Simon Fraser. In lane number 4, Ben Stewart, Regina Optimus Dolphins. Lane number 5 is Finn Parr, Langley and Abbotsford Olympians. Lane 6, Andrew Chilton, Edmonton Keano. Lane 7, Noah Deschambeau from Vancouver Pacific. Lane 8, Bodie Iverson from the Winskill Dolphins. Lane number 9, Danny Park from the Langley Olympians. We have a disqualification from event 9, the women's 800-meter freestyle. Heat 3, lane number 9 has been disqualified once again. In event number 9, the women's 800-meter freestyle, Heat 3, lane 9 has been disqualified. Noah Deschambeau with the lead. Swimming for Vancouver Pacific. He's entered in a 17:29.2. 110 splits will result in a 17:30. He's on pace to be underneath that. We did see a 16:47 out of our second heat of the men's, or heat number 2 of the men's 1500-meter freestyle. That was by Yannick Morgans. Time he did it for Simon Fraser. Deschambeau still lapping under 110s. Andrew Chilton has just taken over the lead at 400 meters. 2 hundredths of a second. It's all that separates these top two. Chilton for Edmonton Canada putting it down at 34-4 on that 50. And another one getting a full second as he takes over the lead. Chilton entered in a 17-16. That is just over 109s. On pace to be better than that as they come through to the 500-meter mark. Chilton now turning at 5:39.4. 2 seconds up on Deschambault in 7. Third is Alonso Gutierrez, so we get lane number 2. Chilton now really picking up steam in lane number 6. Lapping more than a second better per 50 than the rest of the field. Down to 34-1 on that 50. Hold on this pace through the back half of the race. You should be able to challenge that 17-minute mark. The 800 meters done for Chilton, 9:04.96. Skirting pretty darn close to that 17-minute mark. Need to find a little bit more through these last 650 meters. Second is Finn Parr from Langley, swimming in lane number 5. Third is Gutierrez, Pacific Coast in lane number 2. lapping pretty close to what Chilton is. Chilton's built up a good lead. As he comes to the 900-meter mark, Andrew Chilton, Edmonton Cano turning in a 10:14.1. .400 meters left to go for Chilton. Doing a 12:32. Now he's just over that 17-minute mark with this kind of pacing. This will be a very good swim for him. He's got an entry time of 17:16.96. Finn Parr also on pace to get underneath that seed time of 17:13. A little bit less than 350 meters to go. Edmonton Cano's Andrew Chilton doing a great job pacing here. Ever since he took over the lead. .1,200 meters down, 300 to go in lane 6 for Andrew Chilton, Edmonton Cano. Put a 34.0 on that 50. We'll see what he can do here. We can bring that pacing down at all, maybe get under 17 minutes. We saw a 16:47 in the previous men's heat by Yannick Morgan, Simon Fraser. Gutierrez in lane number 2 picking it up. Put a 33.6 on that previous 50. He's trying to get up to lane number 5. Finn Parr from Langley. Separated by a little bit more than 1 full second. .200 meters now to go for Chilton at this wall. 34.4 on that 50. And the bells are going to come out here momentarily for Andrew Chilton, your race leader from Edmonton Keano in lane 6. That's going to be the indicator, 100 meters left to go. Chilton now turning at the 1400 meter mark, 15:58.3. Second is Finn Parr, followed by Gutierrez in lane 2. Looks like we're going to be just under 17:05. It's going to be a good drop for Chilton. Edmonton Keano's Andrew Chilton winning Heat 3 of the 1500, 17:04.59. And the last heat of the 800 meter freestyle this morning. Swimming in lane number 1 from the Spartan Swim Club, Callie Saunders. Lane number 2 from Regina Optimus Dolphins, Ava Harlows. Lane 3 from Island Swimming, Summer Wenger. Lane 4 from Edmonton Keano, Kendall Priswitt. Lane 5 from Cascade, Sophie Idle. Lane 6 from Edmonton Keano, Elisa Jarris. Lane 7 from the Hayak Swim Club, Shada Tagavi. And in lane number 8 from the University of Calgary Swim Club, Chin Yao Peng. Leading the way for the first 200 meters, 2:15.80. Alicia Jarris, Edmonton, Canada. She's coming in with a short course seat time of 9:20.66. Up with her in 4 and 5, Kendall Priswitt, her teammate. In lane number 4, Sophie Idle Cascade in 5. At the halfway point, Jarris turning in 4:41.55. 9/10 of a second up on Priswitt. Right there as well is Idle, your 3 leaders here. Number 4 of the women's 800-meter freestyle. It is the last one that we're going to have this morning. 9:23.01. That's the fastest times that we had so far this morning. That was done by Kaylee McLeod from the University of Calgary. That was in Heat 2 of the women's 800-meter freestyle. Heat 1 being swum tonight. 3/100ths of a second separating Jarris in 6 and Priswitt in lane 4. Idle right up there as well as they come to the 500-meter mark. And Jarris now starting to distance herself. Idle in lane number 5, trying to keep pace. Less than 250 meters to go. All of our swimmers here in the final heat of the 800-meter freestyle for the girls. All our short course qualifying times. meters left to go. Jairus up by 1.4 seconds.
All the crazy shit I did tonight, those will be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me. All the crazy shit I did tonight, those will be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me. Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah.
And 100 meters left to go. Kendall Priswitt in lane number 4, 8:22.59, just a little bit more than a second up on Idle in 5. Ahead of Jairus in lane number 6. Priswitt, she's got an entry time of 9:13.12, and that's a short course qualifying time.
Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey.
And it looks like we're going to get some good best times here out of lanes 4 and 5. Priswitt and Idle. Heat number 4 of the women's 800 meter freestyle, the last one this morning. And Kendall Priswitt taking heat 4, 9:34.39. And final heat of the morning, it's heat 4 of the men's 1500 meter freestyle. Swimming in lane number 2 from China, Rowan Monstevens. Lane 3 from the Kamloops Classics, Parker Cameron. Lane 4 from the Pacific Sea Wolves, Tristan Shantz. Lane 5 from Manta, Miles McTavish. And lane 6 also from Manta, Jack O'Malley.
Played it hard.
broken home, girl, I'm begging. Begging, begging you. Put your loving hand out, baby. Begging, begging you. Put your loving hand out, darling. I'm fighting hard to hold my own. Just can't make it on alone. I'm holding on, can't fall back. Now white body just to come back to face that. Begging, begging you. Put your loving hand out, baby. Begging, begging you. Put your loving hand out, darling. Begging, begging you. Put your loving hand out, baby. Begging, begging you. Put your loving hand out, darling. That don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know I got to be right now, cause I can't get much stronger. Man, I've been waiting all night now, that's how long I've been on ya. Christian and Christian Dior. Damn, they don't make them like this anymore. I ask, cause I'm not sure. Do anybody make real anymore? Bow in the presence of greatness. Cause right now that has forsaken us. You should be honored by my lateness. That I would even show up to this place. So go ahead, go nuts, go ace. Especially in my pastel on my page. Act like you can't tell who made this new gospel, homie. Take 6 and take this, haters. That don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know I got to be right now, cause I can't get much longer. Man, I've been waiting all night now. That's how long I've been on ya. I need you right now. I need you right now. I don't know if you got a man or not, if you made plans or not, if God put me in your plans or not. I'm tripping, this drink got me saying a lot, but I know that God put you in front of me. So how the hell could you front on me? It's 1,000 yous, it's only one of me. I'm tripping, I'm caught up in the moment, right? Cause it's Louis Vuitton dine night, so we gon' do everything the kind like. Heard they do anything for a Klondike, well I'll do anything for a blind dyke, and she'll do anything for the limelight, and we'll do anything when the time's right. Baby, you're making it. Oh, that don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know
Chance doing a great job here, lapping under 108. Right at 108, 900 meters.
That's how long I've been on ya.
Be able to put him down at that 17-minute mark. 600 meters left to go.
You know how long I've been on ya. Since Prince was on Apollonia. Since OJ had isotoners. Don't act like I never told ya. Don't act like I told ya.
He is on pace for about 16:48. He could challenge that time that we saw early on this morning at 16:47.
That don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know I got to be right now, cause I can't get much longer.
Need to pick it up just ever so slightly here as he comes to the 1,000 meter mark. At 11:08, holds on to this 108 pacing. He's going to be 16:50. A little bit more out of himself to get down to that 47 that we saw by Morgans from Simon Fraser early on in the 1500s this morning. 300 meters left to go for Chance, still at 1:08. Gonna be pretty tight on that, 16:47. Chance is going to be right on that time that we saw in heat number 2. Going to have to get a little bit more out of him and out of those legs here over the last 105 meters. He's a 1:06. Underneath that time that we saw by Yannick Morgans from Simon Fraser Aquatics. Looks like he's starting to go to the legs here as he comes to the last wall. Just over 50 meters to go. And Pacific Sea Wolves turning 34-0, 16-14-95. Looking for a little bit more action out of the legs here. Just over 25 meters left to go. It's going to be a good drop for Chance. Coming in with a short course entry time of 16:14.86. And it's going to be Chance in lane number 4. Pacific Sea Wolves winning our 4th and final heat of the 1500, 16:48.46. And that, ladies and gentlemen, does bring us to a conclusion here. Day 1 preliminaries of the 2022 Speedo Western Canadian Championships.
Swimming Canada would like to thank our partners. Natation Canada tient à remercier ses partenaires. Bell for Better and all the ways it gives back to communities and sport across Canada. Mieux pour tous et toutes les façons dont Bell redonne aux communautés et au sport dans tout le Canada. Chicken Farmers of Canada, proud supporter and official pro team of Swimming Canada. Les producteurs de poulets du Canada, fiers partisans et protéines officielles de Natation Canada. Mirtha Pools Canada, proud national sponsor supporting aquatic dreams everywhere. Mirtha Pool Canada, fier commanditaire national qui soutient les rêves aquatiques partout dans le monde. Avis, from freestyle in the pool to freedom on the road. Avis, de la nage libre dans la piscine à la liberté sur la route.